Mr. Tillman, good
Yes, sir. Good morning, Your Honor.
morning. How you doing? Your
I'm okay.
attorney,
Yourself?
oh, that's good. Now, Mr. Tillman, your attorney, Mr. Jared Gilthorpe is here.
Okay.
The state was supposed to, call in the case for the JP reduction. That is gonna be done today. And so, talking to your attorney and the district and the assistant district attorney, Mr. Hubel, we're gonna just reset this 2 days just to give you time to get it paid. Stay in contact with your attorney. Your attorney will give you some more information on that, but it's my understanding that it has not been filed yet. It's gonna be filed today. The JP reduction is gonna be filed today, so you'll be able to pay it either today or tomorrow. That's why we just reset it 2 days.
Okay. So Wednesday morning, I'll check in with you guys.
If the case is dismissed, like for example, let's say you pay it, today. The state calls it and you pay it today. The state is gonna dismiss the case. You can check with your attorney. If the case is dismissed, you won't have to call in Wednesday. We just put it on Wednesday, just to give them time to file it and you to pay it.
Okay. And that's court costs, basically, correct?
I don't,
Oh, there's a fine associated with it, but it's with a different court. We'll get that paid.
okay.
Okay.
All right, so, we'll just reset it for 2 days. I'm gonna reset this case to August 28th of 2024 at 9 p.m. Excuse me, 9 a.m., not p.m. At 9 a.m. And so if it's paid by that time, the case is gonna be dismissed. You won't have to appear.
Okay, great. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
You do the same. Thank you.
Okay, and you're free to go as well, Mr. Hilltop.
But you run right over that propane hose. Yep.
Okay, the person that's on Zoom, would you please put your mic on mute?
Yeah.
New arms, Brian. I ended up getting another.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to County Court at Law Number 2. My name is Judge Terrence Holmes. I'm the presiding judge here in County Court at Law Number 2. Today we have 3 dockets. We have a pretrial conference docket, a trial docket, and an announcement docket. Now, when I call your name, we would ask that you will come before the bench with your attorney. If your attorney is not here, then your attorney may be in another court handling another matter. And so we'll wait for your attorney to arrive. Now, the person that's on Zoom that has iPhone, would you please take your mic off of mute and state your full name? Person that's on Zoom, that has iPhone, please take your mic off of mute and state your full name. Be able to hear. Have any ready? Okay. We have, let's see. No.
Secretary. The vote on the remaining.
That was a month or two ago. Okay, it's a different ball game today.
All right.
Okay, well, I already know. We just let him know. Hey, Mr. Milson, did you come up? Okay, this is cause numbers 23 CCCR 0338, cause number 23 CCCR 0958. Cause number 23 CCCR 2143, and cause number M333480. All 4 cases are styled the state of Texas versus Troy Milson. Mr. Milson, is that your full name? How are you doing, Mr. Milson? That's good. Now, Mr. Milson, you're you're not represented by an attorney. The state is represented in this case by attorney Haley Simmons. Attorney Simmons, how are you doing?
I'm great, Judge. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Now, Mr. Milson, your case is on the court's announcement docket. And I think the last time that you were in court, you stated to the court that you needed to pay the balance to Mr. Wright Kimler, and you were going to pay the balance to Wright Kimler for Wright Kimler to be hired to represent you. Is that correct? And have you paid that balance? Okay, Mr. Milson. Now, Mr. Milson, this is not your first time here in court regarding this matter. Is that correct? Okay, every time you come here, you say the same thing. Okay, now the court is not going to, I'm going to reset this case for 1 week. Okay? We're going to reset it for 1 week. Because, and I'm just going to, first of all, you have 4 cases, all 4 theft cases. first death allegedly occurred August 24th, 2022. You had another one, September 23rd, 2023. Another one, April 21st of 2023. And another one on March 8th of 2023. You had ample time to get an attorney. Actually, from the day that it first offense, you should have realized then that you needed an attorney. And that was over 2 years ago. Okay? And so now we're here in August of 2024. All right? So we're gonna reset this case 1 week. And you need to be back here. At that time, Mr. Kimler is off of vacation. Okay? Huh?
Supposed to be gone for 2 weeks.
He was gone for the whole month of August.
Y'all know what-
Next month is September. Well, I don't know. I'm telling you, you need to be back in 1 week. You say you're gonna pay it today, like you said the last time. We're gonna see if you're gonna pay it today. Okay? So this case is reset for 1 week. Okay, so it's gonna be set on the 4th. It's gonna be, what's that, Wednesday or Tuesday? We're gonna put it on a Wednesday, so you have 9 days. Okay? Okay? Once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. Oh, you did. This thing is acting up. Let's see. Oh, I need to see more gloves. Do I have any, they have any more gloves? They have some in the hall. Yeah, Wiltavian Lee Johnson. Thank you. You have that ready? Is Mr. Johnson, would you come forward? Mr. Johnson, your attorney, Mr. Kimler is on vacation for the month of August. And so your case has been reset. Hmm?
They do this, what, when they talk to the DA about the situation. Well, the last time I came, I had an affidavit, he said he wanted to talk to the person that signed the affidavit. He was in the hospital around that time.
Oh,
Right now,
oh, I kind of remember that.
he here right now.
Okay. Let's do this here. Have a seat and one of the prosecutors to talk to you and they'll go out and talk to, okay. Yeah, okay. Your attorney is Mr. Kimler. He's on vacation.
Yes.
for the month of August. Your case is gonna be reset. Once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. There you go. Anybody else? Robot. Anthony Goodall?
He's in work.
Oh. Daniel Can Montero?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good,
Mr. Montero. You speak up, okay? Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
this is cause number 24CC Cigarra 0384. The case is styled the state of Texas versus Daniel King Montero. Mr. Montero, is that your name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Montero, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Montero, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sir,
Mr. Montero, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Montero?
doing great. How about you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. Montero. You're representing your case by your attorney, Attorney James Paget. Attorney Paget, how are you doing?
Doing well. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Mr. Paget, do you waive a record in Mr. Montero's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
State is represented in this case by Attorney Andrew Hubel. Attorney Hubel, how are you doing?
Do more judging myself.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Montero, I have before me a document on my computer that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, it alleges that you, Daniel Kane Montero, on or about January 11th of 2024, while you were operating a motor vehicle in a public place in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Mr. Montero, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Montero, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Plead guilty.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Montero, I also have before me on this tablet a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this same document, there are a set of initials DKM on the line next to a box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 3 of this same document, there is a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document that is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there's one box checked. The box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Montero, before you signed and initialed all of these documents that I just showed you, did your attorney, Mr. Paget, go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything that Mr. Paget went over?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct
Yes,
to the
sir.
best of your knowledge? Mr. Montero, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
Sierra for stage one.
No
Any
objections to stage one, Your Honor.
No objection, state's exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Paget, you advised and counseled Mr. Montero. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Montero, your attorney, Mr. Paget, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Montero, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I'll also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
The agreement is to 15 months of deferred probation with a $750 fine, CRS community service, the installation, maintaining the marijuana device, and DWI standard condition of probation.
Okay. Let's see, what is this court cost? Three, two. Okay, Mr. Montero, the state is offering that you serve 15 months deferred adjudicated probation. During the 15-month probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $750 plus a DWI conviction fine of $100. You'll also be required to pay court costs of $392. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, or your analysis fee $15 a month, and a reimbursement fee of $15. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $170 a month. Will you be able to pay the $170 a month?
Yes, sir.
Now, you will also be required to pay Jefferson County DWI education and initial evaluation fee of $125 under there to play. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. You'll also be required to perform 60 hours of community service, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate, attend and complete a DWI education class, have an alcohol assessment, and adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of DWI probation. Mr. Montero, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Montero, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Montero, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It would not result in a conviction on your record, and you may qualify for a non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he is quite competent in those matters. Okay, now, Mr. Montero, you're gonna stand next to the bailiff and follow her directions. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day. Do we have anybody else?
Thank
ready?
you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. And you're free to go as well, Mr.
Thank you
Patton.
very much.
You did. Christopher Anderson. Dutchess County Court at Law number 2 is back in session and calls number M328148. Case is style the state of Texas versus Christopher L. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, is that your full name? Mr. Anderson, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Anderson, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Anderson? That's good. Can't be better than being blessed. Mr. Anderson, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Mark Faggart. Attorney Faggart, how are you doing?
Great, Your Honor.
And
Thanks
Mr.
for asking.
You're welcome. And Mr. Faggart, do you waive a record in Mr. Anderson's case?
We do.
Mr. Anderson, I have before me a document that was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. This document is titled Information. In this information, Mr. Anderson, it alleges that you, Christopher L. Anderson, beginning on May 10th of 2020 and continuing through on or about May 19th of 2020, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of theft. Mr. Anderson, do you understand what you have been charged with? And to this charge, Mr. Anderson, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? Now, you pleaded no contest freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading no contest because you did not wish to fight or contest the charges? Mr. Anderson, I also have before me on my tablet a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments, also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Anderson, on page 2 of this same document, there are a set of initials on a line next to a box that's checked nolo contendere, which means no contest. Did you place your initials on this document? On page 3 of this same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Is this your signature? And on the next document that is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal, you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. First box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? Mr. Anderson, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yeah.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah.
Mr. Anderson, are you a citizen of the United States?
State for stage 1.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objections. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Faggart, you've advised and counseled Mr. Anderson. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None whatsoever.
And Mr. Anderson, your attorney, Mr. Faggart, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement in this? And what is the agreement?
The agreement is to 90 days probated over 1 year with the fine waived, 40 hours community service and $480.54 in restitution to AutoZone.
It's my understanding the costs are waived as well.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, finance or cost maybe.
Yeah.
That's true.
I don't know if you can waive the fine and court costs. You can waive the fine, but not the court costs. What, how many days did he spend in jail? You had this,
I turned myself in the same day and was out the same day. I didn't.
so that's one, that's considered one day.
Yeah.
Okay, so, we can, give him credit for the 1 day that he served. That would reduce the court cost by $100 because he gave $100 credit.
Okay.
Okay, so, let's see, the restitution is for 154, you said to AutoZone?
Right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so he get 1 day credit. And you got out the same day, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Because if you got out the next day, I just want to make sure it wasn't 2 different days, it was the same day. Okay. Okay, so you get the 1 day credit toward his court cost. What's the court cost?
337.
So it's gonna be 237. Okay, you're gonna take $100 off of the,
337.
yeah. And, were you appointed?
I was.
Okay, that's 250. And this is, 750. 180. Four.
But that was on the. Yeah, because. They supposed
Okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Anderson, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, the fine will be waived. You will be required to pay court costs in the amount of $237 because it was $337, but you get 1 day credit toward your court costs. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, a urinalysis fee of $15 a month, a reimbursement fee of $15. You'll also be required to reimburse or not reimburse, you'll be required to pay restitution in the amount of $400.54 to AutoZone. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you are on probation, is $164 a month. Will you be able to pay the $164 each month? Okay, well, let's do this here.
Your Honor, to be clear, what was the restitution amounts that you have?
$400.54.
It's 400, it should be 480.
Oh, it looks like 400.
Okay, so what is it? Does it look like $400?
Oh.
That's what it looks like.
It is
He says
400.
480
$480.54?
or just 480 flat.
Just
Yeah.
480. Gotta get that money right.
I think it's,
In my notes it's 480, but let me double check.
So what is it?
I don't know. Once,
That's 100.
yeah.
yeah, we just need to get it right.
Yes. What did you have, Andrew?
I had 480 in my notes, but I'm trying to see where I got that.
480? Okay.
And I should have got that. That's my fault.
Okay, you can change it.
Yeah.
What is it?
It was 480 in his
480, Ron.
notes.
It's 480.
Yeah, 480.50.
Okay, 480.54. He said. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me redo this. Do we have, I need a copy of his affidavit of indigence. Okay. Now, Mr. Anderson, I have before me a document that is titled Affidavit of Indigence. I'm handing this document to your attorney. He's going to hand it to you. Do you recognize that document? On page 2 of that same document, top left-hand corner, there's a signature above a line that is titled defendant signature. Is that your signature? Mr. Anderson, is everything in that document still true and correct today?
Changes my address, but everything else.
Okay, the financials are still the same? Okay, now, Mr. Anderson, the court is gonna find that you are indigent. And based on the finding of indigency, the attorney's fees, well, let's do this here. I'll just go back over the state's offer, then I'll explain everything to you. Now, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not be required to serve any time in Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. The state is waiving the fine, so the fine is 0. Now, the court cost in this case was $337, but because you spent 1 day in jail, you have $100 that's going to be credited toward that. So the court cost is $237. That $237 will be converted to 19 hours of community service pursuant to Article 42.15 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. The attorney's fees in this case is $250, but the $250 is going to be waived pursuant to Article 26.05 G-11 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. The probation fee of $60 a month will be reduced to the statutory minimum of $25 a month. And you will be required to pay the your analysis fee of $15. Now, the reimbursement fee of $15 will be waived pursuant to Article 102.018 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. You will be required to pay restitution in the amount of $480.54 to AutoZone. Now, your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $80.87. You'll be able to pay the $87 each month. Okay, now you will, as I mentioned earlier, you will be given a 1-day credit towards your court costs. You will be paying restitution to AutoZone in the amount of $480.54. Now, you also are required to perform 40 hours of community service. That 40 hours is your regular community service. That will be in addition to the 19 hours of community service. So you'll be required to perform a total of 59 hours of community service. And you will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and condition of this probation. Mr. Anderson, do you understand the state's offer and the court's findings?
Yes.
And do you think that it's fair and just? And do you accept it? Okay, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement with the court's finding. In this case, Mr. Anderson, just have a seat. The court coordinator has to redo the paperwork to make the adjustments based on the findings that I've made in this case. So it's just gonna take a few minutes retype everything. All right, so just have a seat. And Mr. Faggart, I think this is your only case. You're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
Approach, Your Honor.
yes.
I have one client, Jeremy Jones, who has 3 cases. He's here.
Oh, okay. That's yours. Okay. Jeremy Dale Jones. This is cause numbers 23 CCCR 1754.
Yes.
Cause number 24 CCCR 1836. And cause number M333756. All 3 cases are style of state of Texas versus Jeremy Dale Jones. Mr. Jones, is that your full name?
Sir,
How are you doing, Mr. Jones?
doing okay? How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Jones, you're represented in your cases by your attorney, Attorney Alan Parker. Attorney Parker, how are you doing?
Good, Judge, thanks.
That's good. Now, Mr. Parker, what is your announcement in Mr. Jones' cases?
He has 3 cases, Judge. 2 of them are DWIs, which we have a plea agreement on. However, there's an assault case, which we don't think the victim wants to pursue or is available. And I've relayed that to the prosecutor, and I think they want to try to give one more chance to try to find her and either talk to her, or if not, set it for a bench trial. So, but we don't want to plead them out on the other cases in case they do find her and she does show up. So we're wanting to set them on the trial docket all on the same day, and it we'll be able to resolve it, all of them that day, one way or the other.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. Okay, hold on a minute. I'm looking in this, this is old. That's the old one. I think the salt case is the oldest one.
It is the oldest one, Judge.
Okay, I need to give him some more, he got these 2 D, I need to give him some bond conditions. See, he had bond conditions, he had bond conditions on one.
No, I don't even have a vehicle. My license is suspended till October.
Yeah, but I mean, we just have it's on any vehicle that he own or operate. I saw he had it on assault. Okay, let's see. Let's see. This is on the pre-file. Okay. Um, 836. Yeah. 376. Sure. This is 6. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm gonna read some bond conditions to you. You'll be able to get a copy, once the court bailiff make a copy for you. And, the document is titled Standard Bond Conditions in the County Court at Law Number 2, and it reads as follows: following the return of a criminal information in County Court at Law Number 2 of Jefferson County, Texas, all bail bonds executed for release of any defendant named herein are ordered subject to the additional conditions. Number one, the defendant shall commit no offense against the laws of this state, any other state, or of the United States. Do you understand that condition? Condition number two, defendant shall submit to testing for drugs and alcohol at any time as directed by the court. The court may revoke the bond and order the arrest of any defendant who, A, refuses to submit to a test for drugs and alcohol when directed to do so by the court, or B, submit to a test for drugs and alcohol, and the test indicates the presence of drugs and alcohol in the defendant's body. Do you understand that condition?
Yes.
And condition number three, the defendant shall not communicate either directly or indirectly with the alleged victim of the pending offense, and the defendant shall not go near any residence, school, or other location frequented by the alleged victim. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, sir.
And condition number four states the defendant whose information charges any offense listed under section 49.04 through 49.06 of the Texas Penal Code. That's where your offenses, you have two offenses, there are DWIs that are listed under that section. It says that you shall not operate a motor vehicle unless the vehicle is equipped with an interlock device mechanism that makes impractical the operation of the vehicle if ethyl alcohol is detected in the breath of the operator. And said device shall be installed at the defendant's expense with written verification of such installation being submitted to the court on or before 3 days after the date. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, sir.
Defendant shall obtain, maintain, pay for, and have no violations with the ignition interlock device or mobile breath device. Any violation will be grounds for revocation. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, sir.
And defendant must attend NA meetings 3 times a week and provide proof to the court. Now, I have here,
Judge, he's already taken a counseling, gone to rehab for this. We're asking for the court to waive that condition of bond. I have the certification completion from the Right Choice Outpatient Treatment and a letter from the counselor as well.
okay, let's see. Okay, are you still attending those meetings? Because
I have a app on my phone, it's Sober Sidekicks, and it's kind of a mobile AA meeting. And it's basically like Facebook for alcoholics and that sort of thing. So I do still attend meetings.
okay,
It's just not in person.
okay. Okay,
The state has no objection to the waiver of that condition as well.
okay.
Judge.
Who make a copy?
Sure, you can have it, Judge. I don't need it.
Oh, we was just gonna put it in his file.
That's fine. You can have it.
That'll be it. Yeah, it won't be, it'll be non-public. Okay, so the court is going to, let's see, that's condition number 6. Okay. Now, Mr. Jones, do you understand the bond conditions?
Yes, sir.
And now, if you violate any one of these conditions, your bond can be revoked. If your bond is revoked, warrant for your arrest, you'll be arrested and placed in the Jefferson County Jail.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now your cases, Ms. Simmons.
Yes.
Now, we're saying that he need to have his cases reset so that y'all can talk to
That's
or
correct, Your
to
Honor.
contact the victim, is
The
that
victim in
correct?
the pending assault.
Right, they're trying to get a hold of the victim, so I think next time you put on the trial docket, it will either be a bench trial or all three cases will be worked out one way or another.
Okay. Give us a reset date. Okay, these cases, Mr. Jones, will be reset to October 7th of 2024. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. Once you get your recess, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day. And Mr. Jones, the court would like to commend you for taking the initiative and the first step to deal with your problem. I oftentimes tell people that the road to recovery is not a sprint, it's a marathon. You know the difference between a sprint and a marathon. A sprint is a short race, marathon is a long race. You may get tired along the way. Now, if you get tired along the way, just remember that you have people that you can lean on. The people that help you in the program that you've been in, and the people that are continuing to help you on your road to recovery. And I oftentimes tell people this, which is true. You're going to be on this road the rest of your life, but it's not going to get easy. But every day that you are sober and every day that you fight it, you're going to get stronger.
Yes.
And so I tell people, it's like the first time when I started lifting weights. Now, I couldn't lift certain weight, right? But the weight didn't get lighter, but I kept going and I kept going. I got strong.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's the same way it's going to be with you. You're going to get strong and you're going to be able to deal with it. So
I've been sober since September 23rd of last year.
That's a blessing.
And I love it. I tried to quit on my own for about a year and I finally got a wake up call and said, that's enough. I'm getting the help I need. And my life hadn't been better since. So
Good.
just,
Good.
I'm very blessed.
Yes, yes, you are. And I'd like to congratulate you for all the work and the hard work that you're doing. And not only that, you not only blessed, but you're going to be a blessing to somebody else.
Yes, sir.
Because there's somebody else who's going to come the same way that you came, and you're going to be able to help them.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's one thing I like about that app is it's everybody supporting one another.
That's good.
That's a great support network.
That's good. That's good. Okay, so keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. You're free to go. You have a blessed day. And Mr. Park, I think this is your only cases. You're free to go as well. You have a blessed day. Mhm. Mr. Galmore?
Doing good.
Mr. Galmore? Chief.
He came in here from, I have his.
Okay, we'll get to it.
Have Mr. Page.
Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay, William, is that Page or Pulse?
Oh, Pulse, I'm sorry. That's Page. Right. Oh, I said Page.
Okay, this is cause number 23CCCR 0154. The case is styled the state of Texas versus William Kenneth Pulse. Mr. Pulse,
Yes, sir.
is that your full name?
Yes.
How you doing, Mr. Pulse?
Good thing passes.
You're welcome. Mr. Pulse, you're representing the case by your attorney, Attorney Dustin Galmore. And Attorney Galmore, how are you doing?
Great, Judge. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. Oh, I have before me. Is this motion for,
It is.
the motion for continuance? It was filed by the defense
Yes, and
and,
State's unopposed.
okay. Okay, you need some additional time to have to review the report that you received from the expert?
that's correct.
Okay. Okay, the state does not report, the court is going to grant this continuance. Okay, now give us a reset date. We're gonna keep it on the trial docket. Okay, this case will be reset to October 7th, 2024. Mr. Pauls, your attorney is gonna get your reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you're free to go. and you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
All right, and you're free to go as well, Mr. Galmore. There you go. Do we have anybody else on the, who's the attorney? Who? Oh, so they haven't brought your client over yet, Mr. Mason? She's still over in felony court, so they're gonna have to, we'll have our bailiffs check. Okay. Yes. Goodo? Do you have Goodo? Let me see, Mr. Goodo? Reach me there. Okay, this is cause number M331-910. Case is filed in the state of Texas versus Anthony D. Goodo. Mr. Goodo, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, thanks, Pastor. Mr. Goodo, you're represented by your attorney, Thomas Roebuck. Mr. Roebuck is not here because he's sick today.
Right.
And so your case is going to be reset. Actually, I have a reset. I'm going to give it to the court coordinator, and you can get a copy of this reset. Once you get your reset, you're free to go, and you have a blessed day. All right. Reach me there. Who is the attorney? Destiny Angelo. Miss Angelo, how are you doing? Oh, okay, I understand that. Now, Miss Angelo, your case, you had a felony case that has been reset, is that correct? I know, no, but I know your case has been reset for you to get a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this misdemeanor case is gonna be set on the same date of your felony case. Okay, so on that day, what you need to do, when you come to court at 9 a.m., you're gonna check in with the bailiff and then go to the felony court, take care of the felony case, and then come back to this court to inform this court what happened in the felony case. Do you understand? All right, you're gonna get your reset from our court coordinator? Yes. Okay, I don't know anything about your felony case. Your misdemeanor case, hold on a minute. Let me see, what document? She's on the announcement.
Misdemeanor cases in evading your own.
Okay, you have an evading case in this court. Now, I think, did you say it was an obstruction? That must be in the felony court. It's a totally different case. All right, so you have two cases, one in the felony court and one in this court, the misdemeanor court. They're two different cases. Okay, we'll stay in contact with your attorney, Mr. Doyle. Okay, let's give her a sharp, what is the reset? Okay, we're gonna give you 30 days, and if you're unable to make any contact with him or he doesn't contact you, then we're gonna, we may have to give you another lawyer. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Oh, this is, we didn't give Mr. Parker his client. You can send that to Mr. Parker's office since he's gone. I think his client is gone too. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I have, something to reset this morning,
Okay.
Malcolm Buckley.
Malcolm Buckley? Because we didn't show him as being here. Well, he must have, he went the felony case first. Okay, now, Mr. Buckley, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. Now, Mr. Buckley, you've been here before, is that correct? Now,
Good morning. I checked in, good morning.
Oh, we called.
I called on the phone.
They didn't let
Through the
me
blue
call.
door.
oh, okay, okay,
Right now, I just told me you were gonna check me in.
okay, good. All right, well, they didn't pass that message on, but don't worry about it. Now, Mr. Buckley, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. And Mr. Buckley, you're represented in your cases by your attorney, Attorney Bruce Smith. Attorney Smith, how are you doing?
Fine.
Mr. Smith, what is your announcement?
Your Honor,
And-
the drug court case, the cases that your court are connected to the drug court case.
So, yeah, okay,
It was reset, this morning, for the district attorney's office to consider some additional things. And I believe
You have a
they
date?
said resetting, but I can't pull it up on
hold on a minute.
my phone computer.
She's gonna check.
We're asking that these cases be set on the same day.
Okay. Okay, your felony cases are set on September 30th, and so we're gonna set these misdemeanor cases on the same day, September 30th. And you'll do the same thing like you did today, just check in here first and go take care of it and then come back, okay? Now you're gonna get your reset from your attorney. Once you get your recess from your attorney, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. And Mr. Smith, are these your only two cases?
It is your.
Okay, you're free to go as well and you have a blessed day. You're welcome. Bless you. Lawrence Castile.
You said before. Okay.
Okay, the court is in session. And calls numbers 24 CCCR 1594. And calls number 24 CCCR 0410. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Lawrence Edward Castile III. Mr. Castile, is this your full name?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Did they already finish the plea on this case?
No, you have plea papers on him? Castile.
I mean, this just came in.
Oh,
That's what.
all right.
It
Just
came
have
in.
a seat. Once we get your plea paperwork up, we'll call you back up. Next case is cause number M325237. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Ruben Trevino Jr. Mr. Trevino, your full name is Ruben Trevino Jr.? Yes, sir. How are you doing, Mr. Trevino? You doing all right?
Sir, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Trevino, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Jennifer DeLodge. Ms. DeLodge, how you doing?
Great.
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. And Ms. DeLodge, what is your announcement in Mr. Trevino's case?
Your Honor, we're gonna request a reset for my client to have a little more time to find his prescription. And if he does, then we may have the case.
Today in court, the defense presented me with, did present me with some prescription information. This was information from 2011. I'm requesting some more up-to-date information about the prescription or from around the offense date. So if he can supply that, then if he just follows it on the case.
Okay, because I think, hold on a minute. This is true.
I believe last time we were in court, he didn't have a prescription at all.
Right, because I think it came up then.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a copy.
But you got a copy, but he's saying he want a more updated prescription, I guess, at or about the time of this offense, I would imagine. Okay. Now, give us a reset date. Let me ask you before we do that. How much time will you need to get that information?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, because I did contact the State Board of Pharmacies, and she could not give me any specific information on who to contact next. She said possibly DPS, so I'm not sure how much time it's gonna take to try to get something either submitted or mailed in or requested.
He's having a hard time because during the time that this had occurred, it was during the time that there was a lot of doctors in Houston who were shut down for.
Oh, so this is a prescription out of Houston or something?
Correct. And so those offices are no longer open, and so it's hard to get the records.
Okay. Well, we'll give him a standard reset and he'll I guess when he comes back, either he'll have it or he'll let us know what the problems were.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, keep it on announcement. Okay, this case will be reset to October 7th, 2024. Okay, Mr. Trevino, your attorney's gonna get you reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
You too.
You're welcome. Next case is Latravion Roberts.
I believe this one is pending a felony.
Oh, he has a felony set today? Okay, do we know court, what we'll do, we'll recall it.
Okay, I don't know what the case is and what the situation is at the moment.
What court is Latravion Roberts in today?
They didn't check in with me.
He didn't.
No.
Well, you may have to go, yeah. Which?
It's like in BDC.
Oh, CDC? Okay.
They already called his name, because they were still outside.
Okay, you may have to call over to see if he showed up. If he didn't show it, maybe a bomb forfeiture. They're probably in court, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
But you see, we're still sitting outside. I'll go walk over there and check.
Will you go?
okay. Latravion Roberts is his name. Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Yeah. Let's, that's, Casey Dwayne Doherty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Okay, Mr. Doherty, how are you doing?
Doing fine, sir. Thank you very much.
That's good. Now, Ms. Doherty, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Tom Kelly. Attorney Kelly, how are you doing?
Doing fine, Judge. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Kelly, what is your announcement in Mr. Doherty's case?
Judge, if you'll allow us one reset to the next announcement docket, I think we can make an announcement that next day.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put it on the pretrial conference docket. This is, yeah, 23 case. Yeah, give us a,
October 7th.
okay, we're gonna reset it to October 7th. Okay, Once you get your reset, Mr. Kelly, I think, oh, you have another one. Now, your attorney, Mr. Kelly is gonna, and your bondsman will be given resets on your case. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman, Mr. Doherty. You're free to go and you have a blessed day. Thanks for being patient with us.
As you well, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you up. Aaron Shane Williams. Mr. Williams, your full name is Aaron Shane Williams?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Williams?
Blessed, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing fine. It can't be better than being blessed. Now, Mr. Williams, you're represented by attorney Tom Kelly. Mr. Kelly, what is your announcement in this case?
We need a trial setting, please, Jim.
Okay, give us a reset. Trial. October 7th. Okay, Mr. Williams, your case is reset for trial October 7th. Your attorney is going to get your reset. Once you get your reset from the attorney, you're free to go stay in contact with your attorney and your boss. And Mr. Kelly, I think this is the last case.
It is.
You're free to go as well, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get your reset.
Okay.
Oh, but that thing.
Lawrence Castile, the third. Just a, it's a plea on one.
Huh? Well,
He has two cases, doesn't
You're gonna forfeit the.
one is gonna be dismissed.
he? Okay, they had to dismiss you.
No.
Jefferson County Court at Law number 2. It's back in session. The court is in session in two cases. They are cause numbers 24-CCCR 0410 and cause number 24-CCCR 1594. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Lawrence Edward Castile III. Mr. Castile, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Castile, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Castile, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Castile, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Castile? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Castile, you're represented in your cases by your attorney, Attorney Nathan Reynolds. Attorney Reynolds, how are you doing?
Doing well, Judge. Thank you.
And Mr. Reynolds, do you waive a record in Mr. Castile cases?
So wait.
Mr. Castile, in cause number 24-CCCR 1594, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. This document is on my computer. On this document, it alleges that you, Lawrence Edward Castile III, on or about May 8th of 2024, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of evading arrest, detention. Mr. Castile, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Castile, I also have before me a document on my tablet that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this same document, there's a signature next above the line next to it. Well, it's next to a line that is where a box is checked guilty. Did you place your signature on this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 3 of this same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, that's, let me go back to this one now. I forgot to print not print, but write your last name on this document. You have your full name on the second document. You just have Lawrence on that one. Now, this is your signature, Lawrence Castile, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
On the next document that is titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? At the top of this document, there's a box check that states that this is a plea bargaining case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. You recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? And Mr. Castile, before you signed and initialed all of these documents that I just showed you, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything that your attorney went over? And is everything in these documents true and correct
Yes, sir.
to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Castile, are you a citizen of the United States?
Sir for 6-1.
Any
No
objections?
objection, state one.
No objections. States exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Reynolds, you've advised and counseled Mr. Castile. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None to my knowledge.
And Mr. Castile, your attorney, Mr. Reynolds, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Castile, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement in this case?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
The agreement is to 1 year deferred probation with a $500 fine, 60 hours community service, and more recognition therapy. The companion case 24 CCCR 0410 will be dismissed for forfeiture of the weapon.
And, Miss, please go to part, okay. What is the court cost? $277. Okay. Mr. Castillo, the state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 plus court costs of $277. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, a urinalysis fee of $15 a month, and a reimbursement fee of $15. You will also be required to reimburse Jefferson County court-appointed attorney's fees of $250. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $177 a month. Will you be able to pay the $177 each month?
Yes, sir.
You will also be required to perform 60 hours of community service, attend and complete a moral recognition therapy. You will also be required to adhere to the other terms and conditions of this probation. The state will be dismissing cause number 24CCCR 0410 for forfeiture of the weapon in that case to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. I have before me a document that is titled Motion to Forfeit. You recognize this document? Is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Castillo, before you signed this document, did your attorney go over this document with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you understand everything that your attorney went over?
Yes.
And is everything in this document true and correct to the best of your knowledge? And Mr. Castillo, the court is going to grant the motion to forfeit the weapon to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. Now, Mr. Castillo, do you understand the state's offer? Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Mr. Castillo, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Castillo, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It will not result in a conviction on your record, and you may qualify for a non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Now, Mr. Castillo, I'm signing the state motion to dismiss. You'll be able to get a copy of this dismissal from our coordinator. Once you get a copy of the dismissal and once you finish following the directions of the bailiff, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day. Please stand next to the bailiff and follow her directions. And Mr. Reynolds, are these your only two cases?
They are, sir.
Okay, you're free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Thanks.
Okay. Richard Damon, that's the one? Adams County Court at Law number 2 is in session and calls number M 334-306. Case is style of state of Texas versus Richard Anthony Damon. Mr. Damon, is that your full name?
Yes.
Mr. Damon, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Damon, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? Mr. Damon, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Damon? That's good. Mr. Damon, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Martha Provo. Attorney Provo, how are you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Ms. Provo,
Yes, sir.
do you waive a record in Mr. Damon's case?
Yes, we do.
Mr. Damon, I have before me a document on my computer that is titled Information. This information alleges that you, Richard Anthony Damon, on or about November 19th of 2022, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of interfering with public duties. Mr. Damon, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes,
And to this charge, Mr. Damon, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
I plead guilty.
Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
And that's about the only thing I could do, in this case, I
Is-
think I wasn't in the wrong, but y'all put me in the wrong because I was sick when all that happened. I brought people to show that, and I'm still underneath the doctor now, so, I don't think it's right y'all locking me up, but when I'm out of sick,
Okay.
that's all I could.
So, Mr. Damon, just have a seat. The court is not going to go any further. You could talk to your attorney if you need to talk to your attorney. I'm gonna send this back to you. Let's see who else we have. Somebody named Courtney Walker. Who's somebody named Courtney Walker? Oh, she's in custody?
A minute ago, and he's on page 8, and they were on page 2, so.
Oh. Let me, hold on, I did see. What? Oh, this is cause number 23CCCR 0378. Case is style of state of Texas versus Wyland Paul Hadnot. Hadnot. Mr. Hadnot, your full name is Wyland Paul Hadnot? Okay, how are you doing, Mr. Hadnot? That's good. Mr. Hadnot, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Alwyn Samuel. Attorney Samuel, how are you doing?
Not good, yeah.
Okay, we hope that you'll be doing better.
I hope so too.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sammy,
Yes, sir.
what is your announcement in Mr. Hadnot's case?
The announcement is I'm not doing good because I missed the deadline for pretrial diversion. And I'm waiting for to get a response back on this for pretrial diversion.
You tell me you missed the
I-
sign up date or?
Yes, and I resent it, Your Honor.
Okay, so you
I'm
Okay.
asking for. an additional
reset to
response.
get word from pretrial diversion?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I believe October is the next sign date.
yeah. Give us a reset second week in October.
I'm feeling better already, sir.
Well, that's good. October 14th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Hadnot, your case is reset to October 14th, 2024. Stay in contact with your attorney. You're gonna get your reset from your attorney. Stay in contact with your bondsman and your attorney. You're free to go. And you have a blessed day, Ms. Sammy. You show on your case.
This is all wrong.
Okay, you're free to go as well. And
I'm
you
feeling
continue to
a whole
have a
lot better.
blessed day.
It's real blessed.
Yeah, all right. Mr.
Oh, huh? Yes, okay. You good, Jamal?
Rory Parker?
Good.
Oh,
Oh, I just got paperwork behind.
you did? Okay, okay. You just got paperwork, okay. Okay. You ready on yours? Okay, we'll hold.
Good, I have Kevin Burton as well, when the court's ready.
Burton? Okay. What docket is that on? You say stag? Where's Mr. Vasquez? He came in earlier, I think. Miss Alexis Stagg? Ms. Stagg, did you talk to your attorney? Mr. Vasquez, he was here earlier. Okay, just have a seat. We'll wait. He should be coming back. Who? What document? Oh, they were supposed to be talking to him about, there was a witness that was brought today or something?
Yeah, and
Y'all,
we're not gonna be able to resolve that today, Your Honor, so given the fact that the attorney isn't here, I think this sector was.
okay. Okay, Mr. Lodge, you have,
Latravian Roberts.
the Travian Roberts, yes.
He is currently in federal custody, and so he is not here.
Oh,
So he's being reset in CDC, and I assume he'll be reset through.
oh, okay. Yeah, what we'll do is, we'll reset it on the same date that they set the felony. And it's not in the computer yet, is it?
Evidently, I don't know, it's on there that it said, if I wonder if he's at his sound.
Oh, well, could be next door.
Door.
No, he might be in front of, but they didn't bring him over, do we know?
No, they didn't bring him over. They said, I said, what's going on with him? And they said, not much. He's in federal custody. We'll reset him.
Okay. His name is Latavian Roberts, the Travian, yeah. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we'll give you a reset when the felony update the system. Okay, so we'll send it to you.
Thank you, Judge.
And I think this is the last case?
Yes.
Okay, you're free to go. You have a blessed day. You're welcome.
I'm done. Yeah.
We have everybody ready? That's, Meehan. Meehan. It was an add-on?
No.
You checked it, you checked it. Kyrie Richard or Richard,
It's here, Judge.
what are we doing on that?
No.
Well, that's for a plea.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
We were close to a plea deal. He's present, Judge. And I wanted to just kind of check with the prosecutor, see if we're on the same page.
You need some time to talk to the prosecutor?
Could-
Okay, we'll put it on hold. Just have a seat. And that, who's one of Mr. Downs? Okay, that's on the announcement docket.
Yeah, are you just showing them?
Yes.
Kevin Anthony Burton.
I forgot my discovery certification.
Oh, I think the prosecutor does. This is cause number 24 CCCR 0494. Case of style of state of Texas versus Kevin Anthony Burton. Mr. Burton, is that your full name? Mr. Burton, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Burton, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burton, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Burton?
All right, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. Burton. You're representing your case by Attorney Larry Dowden. Attorney Dowden, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Judge. Are you doing?
I'm doing
good.
fine.
Good,
Thanks for
good.
asking. Now, Mr. Dowden, do you waive a record in Mr. Burton's case?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. Now, Mr. Burton, I have before me an information on my computer that was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, it alleges that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with alcohol concentration level of 0.15 or more. State, are you abandoning that enhancement paragraph?
No, you're
No,
right.
Okay, well, somebody wrote DWI first.
Yeah, the,
My
It should've-
mistake, Judge.
okay.
Unintentional.
On the other page, it has that it was cleaned from a DWI enhanced.
Yeah, no, I know what I'm saying, but they wrote they just need to make the change on the, on the,
Judge.
on the,
Okay.
on the sheet. Ooh, here you go. That's it's a DWI first. It'll be DWI, BAC. Greater than or equal 0.15. Okay, thank you. Okay, now, Mr. Burton, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, it alleges that you, Kevin Anthony Burton, on or about March 17th of 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 0.15 or more. Mr. Burton, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yeah.
And to this charge, Mr. Burton, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? What it is? And check the Class A box. And you pleading guilty?
No.
No contest? Now, you're pleading no contest freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? Mr. Burton, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. You recognize this document? Now, Mr. Burton, you notice that there's one box checked on page 1. The box that's checked states that this is a Class A misdemeanor, and the range of punishment for a Class A misdemeanor is minimum 0 days to maximum of 365 days in the county jail, or a fine that does not exceed $4,000, or you can be given both such fine and confinement. Do you understand the range of punishment for a Class A, for this Class A misdemeanor?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Burton, I also have before me a document that is, well, on this same document on page 2, there are a set of initials KB on a line next to a box that's checked no contendere, which means no contest. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes.
On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature? And on the next document that's titled trial court certification, a defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? Second box that's checked states that you are waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes.
I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Mr. Burton, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Mr. Burton, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
States?
stay up for safe one.
Any no objection, states exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Dowden, you've advised and counseled Mr. Burton. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
None whatsoever, Your Honor.
And Mr. Burton, your attorney, Mr. Dowden, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burton, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
The agreement is to 90 days prorated over 1 year with a $500 fine, 60 hours community service, and installation, maintaining an interlock device and DWI standard conditions of probation.
With no agreement.
What is this court cost? Okay, Mr. Burton. The state is offering that you serve 90 days in Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not be required to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 plus a DWI conviction fine of $100. You'll also be required to pay a court cost of $392. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, your analysis fee, $15 a month, reimbursement fee of $15. You will also be required to pay Jefferson County DWI education and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Your total monthly installments in this case is $173 a month. Will you be able to pay the $173 each month?
Yes, sir.
You will also be required to perform 60 hours of community service, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate, attend a completed DWI education class, have an alcohol assessment, and adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Mr. Burton, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Mr. Burton, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Burton, you're gonna stand in front of the court coordinator, follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you finish following directions of the bailiff, you're free to go. And you have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Okay, and you're free to go as well, Attorney Dow. You have a blessed day.
I've got Mr. Parker here.
Oh, the next.
I just now have one and he was going to see about an attorney on the.
Okay. Okay, is that, you typing it up?
Yeah.
It's not that yet, okay,
He's putting on the old calls number, Your Honor.
Okay. okay.
Okay,
Oh, that's Rory Parker,
what is it?
M331.
Oh, sorry, M333.
174?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was just looking for it.
Oh, and he's gonna use it.
Rory Bernard Parker. This is cause number M333174. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Rory Bernard Parker. Mr. Parker, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parker, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Parker, do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parker, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Parker?
I'm good. And you?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Parker, you're represented by your attorney, Attorney Larry Dowden, and Attorney Dowden. Do you waive a record in Mr. Parker's case?
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Parker, I have before me a document that is titled information. This information, I said it's Dr. Vaughn. Are you in the document?
Yeah. I am.
Oh, oh, you must have sent it to me, because I have it. Well, I don't, it didn't come up. It says you currently in it. I mean,
Yeah, I'm.
okay. Okay. Now, Mr. Parker, I have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor, that is titled information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, Mr. Parker, it alleges that you, Rory Bernard Parker, on or about June 13 of 2022, while you were operating a motor vehicle in a public place in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Second, this information further alleges that prior to the commission of this offense, that you, Rory Bernard Parker, on April 26th of 1990, in County Court at Law number 3 of Jefferson County, Texas, and cause number 145069, that you were convicted of the misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. And that conviction became final before the commission of this case. Is that true?
I'm saying, trying to see if it was a B. I thought it was a B. You said A.
This is a Class A. The DWI second is a Class A.
It is. I got you. Oh, I got you.
So the question is, were you previously convicted in on April 26th of
Yes, sir.
1990?
Yes, sir.
Okay, County Court at Law number 3, cause number 145069. Now, well, the question would be, is that true or not true? That you were convicted on that date?
No, I wasn't convicted. 92?
1990.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, how do you plead to the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated? Second, guilty, not guilty, or no contest? It's a DWI second is a Class A. Oh, yeah, I think, no, we got the box. This box is checked. Who said date? Who were they?
Was A? Okay.
Okay. It's a Class A misdemeanor. Do you understand that? Now, how do you plead to this charge? No contest. Now, you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? That's what no contest means. And that's why you're fighting no contest.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Mr. Parker,
Mhm.
I also have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishments, which is also labeled as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this same document, there are a set of initials, RP, that are on a line next to a box that's checked nola contendere, which means no contest. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 3 of this same document, there is a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
On the next document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargaining case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
Second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
He didn't sign this. Okay. Okay, now, Mr. Parker. I have this document before me that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parker, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you understand everything that your attorney went over?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parker, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yeah, for stage one.
Any objections?
No, okay.
No objection. States Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Dowden, you've advised and counseled Mr. Parker. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
There's no such evidence, Your Honor.
And Mr. Parker, your attorney, Mr. Dowden, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parker, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
That agreement is to 40 days jail, credit for 6 days, Your Honor.
Okay. And what is this, court cost? Rory Parker. Mr. Parker, the state is offering that you serve 40 days in Jefferson County Jail. You will be given credit for the 6 days that you have already served. The court cost in this case is $392. Will you be able to pay the $392 court cost?
Today?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, do we have an affidavit on it? Hold on a minute. It's 174. There it is. Go ahead and print that. Brenda? Let me see if I can. I just printed that off. What happened on this thing? Somebody whack it out. Do you see that? Oh, okay, at that time he didn't meet the requirements. That's what it was. Let me see. Yes, 2 of them in here. I have 2. I'm looking at 2 of them.
2 cases, Your Honor?
No, I was looking at 2 affidavits. Let's see. This one must be the most. What's the date on this? Hmm. Oh, this was on December. Okay, this is the most recent one. Okay. Mr. Parker, your attorney, Mr. Dowd has just been handed a document that is titled Jones County Affidavit of Indigence. Do you recognize that document? Okay, on page 2, there's a signature above the line that is titled, this is gonna be shredded. That's titled defendant's signature, top left-hand corner, is that on page 2? Or it might be on the back page. Let me see.
There's one, two.
Okay, must be back here. Oh, that's just the magistrate's order. Oh, the magistrate signed it. Apparently, they didn't have you, what he stated that you met the eligibility requirements. Now, let me get this document back to your attorney. Is everything, the financial information, is everything on that document still true and correct today?
No, sir. It's changed.
Okay. What has changed?
Since then, hard to find words now because my.
I don't think that there's no income information on there, is it?
I think this is indicated.
It says NA. What it says per month? Do you see that?
I'll take on the ENA again. Are you working right now?
No, sir.
So that's still true.
No.
It's true.
Oh, okay, then I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
understandable.
I just didn't understand.
Okay, so Mr. Parker, the court is going to find that you're indigent pursuant to Article 42 and pursuant to Article 42.15 Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. The court costs in this case is going to be waived. Well, that means you won't have to pay it. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, Mr. Parker, do you understand the state's offer? 40 days credit for 6, and the court's finding that you are indigent and pursuant to Article 42.15 Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, the court costs in this case will be waived. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And do you think that is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the court is gonna follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Is he being taken into custody now? Okay, Mr. Bailiff? He's being taken into custody. You're gonna stand over here, they're gonna follow the directions of the bailiff, and then you can follow the bailiff, and then you have a blessed day.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. I think he was under the impression that the court might consider an appointment of an attorney on his second case. Would that be for the court's consideration now or at a later?
Hold on. Let's see, I think if they should have appointed him one. Yeah, he was eligible. Based on this here, yeah, we can appoint him one. Why did they wait? Hold on a minute. Let me get into that case. Trying to figure out why he didn't,
Did you need him back over here?
yes. Well, no, Mr. Parker, right? Yeah.
Sir.
Stand in front, okay. I'm looking in this file. I'm trying to figure out. he didn't do conditions first amended return. He didn't do it. I was looking for for the judge's explanation. Apparently he didn't in this case. Unless they have it mislabeled. Yep, they got it mislabeled. That's conditions of bond. Okay, let's go. Let me return conditions of bond. I don't see it. Looking for his judge's explanation. Okay, we can use this here. I guess every time you came, he probably had, you were representing him. And at that time, I guess on that judge's explanation, it stated that you were representing him on the case that we just finished.
Yes.
And we didn't do a new one on the other case. So let's do a new judge's explanation. Hold on a minute. That's the form that I went over with you when we went over Raymond. It basically says that you have three options regarding your right to have an attorney. Number one, you may hire an attorney. Number two, you may request that an attorney be appointed to represent you. And number three, you may represent yourself. Now, if you want an attorney to represent you, you have enough money to hire an attorney, then your case will be reset to give you time to hire an attorney. Now, if you want an attorney but do not have enough money to hire an attorney, then you would have to fill out a financial questionnaire. Actually, if everything is still the same on the previous financial, well, we may have to get you to fill out just another one, just abundance of caution, because that was done several months of last year. And so we'll get you to fill out another one of those, okay?
Yes.
Now, at the bottom of that document, there are 5 boxes the 5 lines to the left.
Yes.
At the bottom of that document, it says, judge's explanation of rights of defense without attorney. So you're applying for a court-appointed attorney, so you're gonna place your initials on the 3rd line.
Third.
That says there. You should have the document before you. You see those lines to the left at the bottom, judge's explanation? Does he have that document before him?
Judge's explanation of rights.
Judge's explanation.
Okay, the third line,
I'm sorry.
the 3rd line at the bottom. You see the third line that says that you want to apply for a court-appointed attorney. And that's what you want to do, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you're gonna sign your name on the line at the bottom, it says defendant, and you will date it today's date, August 26th of 2024. And once you finish, Ms. Mosby, once you finish, I guess, taking this, he can have a seat at that table and he can finish filling out that affidavit of indigence. Okay, he can have a seat at the table to fill out that affidavit of indigence. If you need some help, Mr. Parker, if you need some help filling out that document, just let us know. And we have somebody here who can help you fill it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just have a seat right there.
Maybe excuse your honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to tell you, Mr. Walker got reset for his felony to plea in 2 weeks. So I prefer just to wait to find out what happened to him over there before I plea him over here, so. if I could just
Okay,
Leave and come back in 2 weeks.
that was the one that's the one y'all did. So Parker is not gonna plead today. They're gonna reset it for 2 weeks along with the felony.
Yes.
Courtney
Walker, I said Parker.
Yeah, I was just like, well. Well,
He might do the paperwork, but be on the safe side.
Okay, so let me do this. I'm gonna have to cancel that.
I don't know.
Walker.
I don't know.
And it may have to be reactivated with this whole bill.
2 weeks, whatever that means.
Oh, that's right.
Because if they.
That's
do the
right.
plea, then it's probably already been.
Right. Well, if I cancel it, let me cancel it and see. It should still be on the doc. Oh, I shouldn't have did that. I just need to cancel it. I just deleted it.
Yeah, we'd like to.
Okay, I just deleted it.
Judge Mathis on Lynch.
Lynch.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. LDD,
Yes, yes, sir.
LDD Lynch. Okay. Ms. Lynch, Ms. Lynch, how are you doing? That's good. And is that John Cucci?
Coochie, yes.
Okay. Mr. Cucci, how are you doing?
Great. How you doing, Judge?
I'm doing fine. And Ms. Lynch, how are you doing? That's good. Now, Mr. Cucci,
Yes, sir.
what is your announcement in Ms. Lynch case?
We would like to put this off till the September 30th, was the related case in Judge West's court. On the 30th, we're going to announce that whether or not we're going to trial or taking their plea.
Okay,
If we
so
do the
that's,
same
so the
here.
felony case is reset to September 30th.
Correct, Judge.
Correct. And they do arise out of the same events.
Okay, so I'm gonna reset this to September 30th of 2024, along with your felony. Mr. Cucci, you can get your reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you're free to go. You have a blessed day and you're free to go as well. Mr. Cucci, have a
Thank you so
blessed
much.
day.
Nice to see you, Judge.
And nice seeing you. Okay. Who? Fred Corbett Vickers.
Aaron, did you want the explanation for Parker?
You can just say, it right here. We'll get him to come back on. Okay, this is, this is cause number 23CCCR 0042. Case is style the state of Texas versus Fred Corbett Vickers. Mr. Vickers, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vickers, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Vickers, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vickers, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Vickers?
Doing great.
That's good. Mr. Vickers, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Kevin Lane. Attorney Lane, how are you doing?
Fine, Your Honor, thank you.
And Mr. Lane, do you waive a record in Mr. Vickers' case?
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Vickers, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, it alleges that you committed a Class A misdemeanor offense to drive while intoxicated with alcohol concentration level 0.15 or more. State, are you abandoning the enhancement paragraph?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Vickers, the state is abandoning the enhancement paragraph in this case. What that means is you will be charged with a lesser included offense or a lower offense, which is a Class B misdemeanor DWI. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you understand? Now, Mr. Vickers, to the Class B misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated, which allegedly occurred on or about November 26th of 2022, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vickers, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this same document, there are a set of initials on a line next to a box that's checked guilty, actually 2 sets of initials. One set is KSL, that's your attorney's initials, and this
Yes, sir.
FCV, are these your initials?
Yes, sir.
On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
The second box that's checked states that you are waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's
Sure.
got a defendant? Mr. Vickers, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with
Yes,
you?
sir.
And did you read and understand everything
sir.
that your attorney went over? Is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vickers, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
Stay up or stay on.
No objection.
No objection. States Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Lane, you've advised and counseled Mr. Vickers. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Vickers, your attorney, Mr. Lane, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his
Yes,
representation?
sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent
Yes,
legal
sir.
representation?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Vickers, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
The agreement in this case is to 2 years deferred probation with a $2,000 fine, 60 hours community service, alcohol intervention, the installation and maintaining of zero light device, and BWI standard conditions of probation.
What is this court cost? Okay. Mr. Vickers, state is offering that you serve 2 years of further adjudicated probation during the 2-year probationary period. you'll be required to pay a fine of $2,000 plus a DPS conviction fine of $100. You'll also be required to pay a court costs of $392. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, a urinalysis fee of $15 a month, a reimbursement fee of $15. You'll also be required to pay Jefferson County DW education and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month, is $174 a month. Will you be able to pay the $174 each month?
Yes, sir.
You'll also be required to perform 60 hours of community service, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you want to operate, attend and complete a DW education class, have an alcohol assessment, and adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of DWI probation. Mr. Vickers, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Vickers, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Vickers, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It will not result in a conviction on your record, and you may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney, Mr. Lane, about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
Mr. Vickers, this will conclude your case. You're gonna stand in front of the court coordinator, follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you're finished following the directions of the bailiff, you're free to go. You have a blessed day. Mr. Lane, you'll be free to go as well. You have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Oh. Harry Richards. Harry Richards. Is he sitting down right there? Oh, that's, I thought that was over there. What happened to Ryan? Oh, he's in the back?
Yeah.
Ryan Gertz. Okay, you can have a seat, Mr. Richard.
Yeah.
What's your?
His name is
Mr. Damon.
Okay. Okay. Richard Anthony Damon. Okay, this is cause number M334306, case of style of state of Texas versus Richard Anthony Damon. Mr. Damon, is that your full name?
Yeah, Richard Anthony.
Okay, Mr. Damon, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Damon, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Mr. Damon, you may put your hand down. Mr. Damon, again, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Damon, you're representing your case by your attorney, Marvel Provost. Attorney Provo. Again, how are you doing? And Ms. Provo, what is, do you waive a record in Mr. Damon's case? Mr. Damon, I have before me on my computer a document that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, Mr. Damon, could you see me, Mr. Damon's case back? In this information, Mr. Damon, it alleges that you, Richard Anthony Damon, on or about November 19th of 2022, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of interfering with public duties. Mr. Damon, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes.
And to this charge, Mr. Damon, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Yeah.
Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Damon, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on page 2 of this same document, there are a set of initials, R or D, on a line next to a box that says check guilty. Did you place your initials on this document? On page 3 of this same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature? On the next document that's titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
Mr. Damon, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney, Ms. Provo, go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you understand everything that Ms. Provo went over? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. Damon, are you a citizen of the United States?
Except for 6-1.
Any objections? No objection. States Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Ms. Provo, you've advised and counseled Mr. Damon. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, not this one.
And Mr. Damon, your attorney, Ms. Provo, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with her representation?
Yes.
Has she provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Damon? I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
That agreement is to 30 days jail with credit for 6 days. That 6 days is also to be used as credit towards his court costs.
Let me do this here. Okay. Mr. Damon. The state is offering that you serve 30 days in the Jefferson County Jail, you'll be given credit for the 6 days that you have already served. And just of the abundance of caution, what is this court cost?
$337.
And Mr. Damon, are you able to pay the, now, are you able to pay the $337 court cost?
Right now.
Okay, that's all, that's what I need to know. I'm getting ready, I printed off his, oh, here we go. I'm printing off his affidavit. Just hold on, Mr. Damon. Reach that. You said it was three what? 337. Mr. Damon, I'm gonna hand you a document that is titled Jefferson County Affidavit to your attorney. Mr. Damon, do you recognize that document?
You're right, to be clear, he is getting the safety back towards.
Yeah. And is everything on that document still true and correct today? Okay, so Mr. Damon, the court is gonna find that you're indigent, and what that means is the court cost in this case is gonna be waived pursuant to Article 42.15 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. Mr. Damon, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, so I will have to pay the court cost? Oh,
No. Do you understand the state's offer
yes,
and the findings that the court have made in this case, waiving the court cost?
yes, sir.
And do you think that it's fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when is he supposed to turn himself in?
Can he turn about a day by 6?
By 6 p.m.? Okay. Okay, so Mr. Damon, that's 30 days credit for 6. The court cost in this case of $337 will be waived pursuant to Article 42.15 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure because the court found that you are indigent and you will turn yourself in today at or before 6 p.m. Okay, at the Jefferson County Jail. Okay, now just you need to have him have a seat.
Yes, sir.
Just have a seat in that first chair. They're gonna call you up to the window to sign some paperwork. And Ms. Provo, this is your only case. You're free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay, Mr. Rory Parker. Okay, Mr. Parker. I have before me 2 documents. The first document is the judge's explanation of rights to defense without attorney. You recognize this document?
Yes,
And is this your signature on the line as titled defendant?
yes,
And are these your initials on the line that state you'd like to apply for court appointed attorney?
yes,
I also have another document that is titled Affidavit of Indigence. Do you recognize this document?
yes, sir.
And on page 2 of this document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Parker, before you sign and initial these documents, did you read the documents?
Yes,
Did you understand what you read?
yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct
Yes, sir.
to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is August 26th of 2024. Mr. Parker, I read your answers. Based on your answers, you meet the eligibility requirements for the appointment of a court-appointed attorney. An attorney that's will be appointed to represent you as Attorney Ryan Matuska. Attorney Matuska is here in court. Mr. Matuska, that's Mr. Matuska right there.
Hey,
How are you?
Okay, now, if you would like, you can, you want to talk to him today. Now, he was going in custody on another case, Mr. Matuska.
Yes, sir.
So if you want to talk to him today about this case, you can. And if you need to, we'll just keep him in that jury. Defendant, I think how much you had on that, he had 30, I mean, I'm talking about Mr. Parker. His was like 40 days?
40 days credit for 6, Your Honor.
Huh?
40 days credit for 6.
40 credit for 6, okay. Now, what is this? Okay. Okay, Mr. Parker.
If you were the one that done with it, so, right? Okay.
You can.
Wait a minute. I moved that's a deed I've had second too. Yes. Nine, okay, he's. Here you go. This is that's Mr. Parker's paperwork. All right, and you're gonna get you get appointment, Mr. Okay, Mr. Matuska. All right. Miss. Yeah. You printed them already? Just stand in front of the court coordinator. They're gonna print you for that other case. Yeah. You have some pleas too?
I'm doing it in a second.
Is Gert still around? Oh. Okay. That was Kyrie.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Richard, this is third time is a charm.
Sort of charming.
Okay,
He always comes dressed great, doesn't he, Judge?
great, yeah. Yeah, he sure does. And I think, I know the reason why you came in with your mom. That's the reason why. She told you to dress for him to impress, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's see, Mr. Now let me ask you, is it Richard or Richard?
Richard.
Richard, okay. You have any folks with the same name in Louisiana? You're not sure? Okay. Because it says you crossed the Sabine Rivers, Richard. Okay. Okay. This is cause number M333384. Case is style of State of Texas versus Kyrie Richard. Mr. Richard, is that your full name? Mr. Richard, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Richard, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Mr. Richard, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Richard? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Richard, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Brian Gertz. Attorney Gertz, how are you doing?
Good, Judge. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Gertz, do you waive a record in Mr. Richard's case?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Richard, I have before me a document on my computer that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, it alleges that you, Kyrie Richard, on or about June 24th of 2022, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of unlawfully carrying a weapon. Mr. Richard, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, yeah.
And to this charge, Mr. Richard, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Mr. Richard, I also have before me on my tablet a document that is titled misdemeanor admonishments. Do you recognize this document? This document is also labeled as State's Exhibit number 1. On page 2 of the same document, there's a set of initials K, R on a line next to boxes checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document? On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature? And on the next document that's titled trial court certification, a defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
Second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me on paper a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes,
Mr. Richard, before you signed and initialed these documents that I just showed you, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything that your attorney went over?
Yes, sir.
Is everything in these documents true and correct
Yes, sir.
to the best of your knowledge?
Sir.
Mr. Richard, are you a citizen of the United States?
Jefferson State's one.
Any objections?
We have no objection, Judge.
No objections. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Gertz, you've advised and counseled Mr. Richard. Is there any evidence that he's currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Judge, none.
And Mr. Richard, your attorney, Mr. Gertz, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation? Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Mr. Richard, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
That agreement is to 6 months deferred with a $200 fine, 30 hours community service, and forfeiture of the weapon in this case.
Okay. What is the court cost? Richard, Kyrie Richard. Okay. Mr. Richard, the state is offering that you serve 6 months deferred adjudicated probation. During the 6 months probationary period, you will be required to pay a fine of $200 plus court costs of $292. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, or your analysis fee of $15 a month, and reimbursement fee of $15. For total monthly installments, that is a total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $191 a month. Will you be able to pay the $191 a month?
Yes, sir.
You'll also be required to perform 30 hours of community service, and you will forfeit the weapon in this case to the Beaumont Police Department. I have before me a document that is titled Motion to Forfeit. Mr. Richard, do you recognize this document? Is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Now, Mr. Richard, before you sign before you sign this document, did your attorney go over this document with you? And did you understand everything that he went over? And is everything in this document true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Now, Mr. Richard, I will grant the motion to forfeit the weapon in this case to the Beaumont Police Department. And Mr. Richard, do you understand the state's offer? Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Richard, I'll follow the foregoing agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Richard, if you successfully complete, well, this probation, this case will be dismissed. It will not result in a conviction on record, and you may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney, Mr. Gertz, about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Now, Mr. Richard, before you leave, I need to go over a document that is titled Model Written Ammunition on Ineligibility to Possess a Firearm or Ammunition. That document is before you, and it states as follows: in accordance with the Texas Administrative Code, Section 176.1, the court hereby admonishes you of the following. Number one, you are, by entry of order or judgment, ineligible under Texas law to possess a firearm or ammunition. Number two, beginning now, if you possess a firearm or ammunition, it could lead to charges against you. If you have questions about how long you will be ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, you should consult an attorney. Number three, under Texas Penal Code Section 46.013A, firearm means any device designed, made, or adapted to expel a projectile through a barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion of burning substance, or any device readily convertible to that use. B, firearm does not include a firearm that may have as an integral part a folding knife blade or other characteristics of weapons made illegal by Penal Code Chapter 46, and that is one, an antique or curio firearm manufactured before 1899, or a replica of an antique or curio firearm manufactured before 1899, but only if the replica does not use rimfire or centerfire ammunition. The statutes listed below are starting point for ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition. For more information about the laws that make you ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, or for more information on how long your ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition lasts, the court recommends you contact an attorney. Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 17.292, Magistrate's Orders for Emergency Protection. Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 42.0131, Notice for persons convicted of misdemeanors involving family violence. Penal Code Section 46.02, unlawful carrying weapons. Penal Code Section 46.04, unlawful possession of firearm. Penal Code Section 25.07, violation of certain court orders or conditions of bond in a family violence. Child abuse and neglect, sexual assault or abuse, indecent assault, stalking or trafficking case. Family Code Section 85.026, warning on protected ones. Now, Mr. Richard, the written admonition that's before you is for your records. And you're gonna keep that for your records. Now, Mr. Richard, often tell young people that I know that you came down here, you was with your mom, is that correct? And how old are you? 19, okay. Now, Mr. Richard, I know that you have some friends that you probably say that that's, you know, they're your ride and die. You probably say they got your back, they're down with you. Whatever you go through, if you're down, they'll be there to pick you up. But on days like today, where are those friends? They're not here, but your mother is here. You know why she's here? Yeah, no, because she's your ride or die. That's the one who put clothes on your back, and you look pretty nice today. Roof over your head, food on the table, okay? That lady right there, that's your ride or die. That's the one who have your back, okay? And so I often tell young people this, everybody not your friend, everybody not your partner. But when that lady says she's got you, she got you. All right? So like Judge Davis used to say, potatoes. You need to break that and put that up there. And another thing you need to know, you know, you can look at, I see you got a lot of hair on your head. I used to have a lot of hair on my head, but I don't have a lot of hair on my head today. You know, just wake up, just keep waking up saying good morning. Okay? Okay. The words that I'm saying to you, back to the future. You're looking at the future. Okay. Now, if you take the words of wisdom from me and your mom, it'll serve you well. Where you going? We've already been. Okay. And so you might want to just try to, you can put this behind you, okay? Your attorney could tell you, he'll tell you that this what just happened here today does not define who you are. Okay. This is just a temporary situation. It's a minor setback. And you know one thing about a minor setback? It's a setup for a major comeback. Okay. All of the dreams that you have did not go down the drain. You still can accomplish everything that you want to accomplish. Okay. But you got to believe that you can do it. All right. So good luck. You're going to stand in front of the coordinator, follow her direction. Once you finish following her directions, you're following the bailiff's direction. You're free to go, and you have a blessed day. Mr. Gerst, is this your only case?
Judge, I have one that's on your trial docket.
Let's see. Is that
Cody
C?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Mr. C? Okay. We got Mr. C. State's motion for continuous grant. Okay, that was the last time.
Has Bruce already been reset?
Who?
Sir?
Travis Bruce.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. It wasn't on the docket.
That's supposed to be on the docket?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think there was some confusion about it because when I looked on the docket today, it wasn't on, like when I tried to pull up the cases, it wasn't on
Oh,
there.
I think that may, y'all submitted a motion on it last week, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that.
Oh, it must have
may
been
already-
granted.
Must have been granted because it got
Yeah,
moved.
okay.
I did tell it before that.
I was a little panicked when I didn't see him in here.
Okay, yeah.
But then when I didn't see him on the docket, I was like, well,
Oh, okay.
I guess I panicked for no reason.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Now, let's see. On this case, we need to, you're gonna keep this on the trial docket, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Judge.
And we need to get put this on a trial docket on the day where our our court reporter's schedule? What we're gonna do, we're gonna schedule it on a date, you know, our court reporter's here.
Just let us know, Judge.
Okay, and what we've done is we'll just send him his reset, or can we do it from here?
No, send it to me, Judge.
Okay,
Just-
yeah, we'll send it to you.
Perfect.
Okay, y'all free to go and you have a blessed day.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
And I sent you two on top, I have one case with you.
Okay,
Thank you.
I saw it. On all day.
Yeah, okay.
Here we go. Is that thing go,
I believe it's 10.
Oh.
Ting,
Not cool.
Ting not cool? Is he here?
Yeah,
That's the
that's the one that.
gentleman. I think you're supposed to
He was supposed to be on Zoom.
I'm aware of the court date, Judge.
Did y'all talk to him or something?
We talked to him this morning.
Yeah, and Ryan called.
Yeah, he for some reason could not get the Zoom link to work. I don't know what the situation is.
Could you get him to call in?
I can't get a hold of him.
He had a.
His car this morning.
Oh, wow.
So he could potentially be at the police department filing a report.
Okay.
I'm just not sure.
Okay. State, do you have any objections
We
to?
could just do a small reset, Judge. I
Okay.
think I have settings in here on Wednesday.
Okay,
If you want to bring them back on Wednesday?
That's fine.
Judge, we could do something then.
okay. Okay, we're gonna reset him for Wednesday. That's the 28th.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
you're welcome. We have Mr. LeBlanc.
Both of you can go in.
Let me see. Let's see, is that Gallion? Okay. This is cause number 24 CCCR 1036. Case is style State of Texas versus Kerry George Gallion. Mr. Gallion, is that your full name? Mr. Gallion, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Gallion, do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Mr. Gallion, may I put your hand down? How are you doing, Mr. Gallion? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Gallion, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Todd LeBlanc. Attorney LeBlanc, how are you doing?
Good.
That's good. Mr. LeBlanc, do you waive a record in Mr. Gallion's case?
You do yours.
Mr. Gallion, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, it alleges that you, Kerry George Gallion, well, in this information, it charges you with a Class A misdemeanor offense, driving while intoxicated with alcohol concentration level 0.15 or more. State, are you abandoning the enhancement paragraph?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Gallion, the state is abandoning the enhancement paragraph. What that means is, instead of you being charged with a Class A misdemeanor offense, which is the highest misdemeanor, you're going to be charged with a lower or lesser included offense, a Class B misdemeanor, DWI. Do you understand that? Now, this information alleges that on or about March 23rd of 2024, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated by driving while intoxicated while you are operating a motor vehicle in a public place in Jefferson County, Texas. Mr. Gallion, do you understand what you have been charged with? And to this charge, Mr. Gallion, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest? Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Mr. Gallion, I also have before me a document on my tablet that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishment. It is also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. You recognize this document? On page 2 of the same document, there's a set of initials on a line next to a box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initials KG on this document? On the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled Defendant. Is this your signature? And on the next document that's titled Trial Court Certification of the Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. You understand that statement? The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. You recognize this document? Is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? Mr. Galligan, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything that your attorney went over? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Mr. Galligan, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yeah, for state one.
Any objections? No objections. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. LeBlanc, you've advised and counseled Mr. Gallion. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No.
And Mr. Gallion, your attorney, Mr. LeBlanc, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation? Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Mr. Gallion, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
The agreement is to 15 months deferred probation with a $750 fine, CR's community service, the installation and maintaining of an interlock device, and DWI standard conditions of probation.
Okay, Mr. Okay. 750. What's the court cost? Okay. Mr. Gallion, the state is offering that you serve 15 months deferred adjudicated probation during the 15-month probationary period. You'll be required to pay a fine of $750 plus a DWI conviction fine of $100. You'll also be required to pay court costs of $392. You'll be required to pay a probation fee of $6 a month, a urinalysis fee of $15 a month, reimbursement fee of $15, and you'll be required to reimburse Jefferson County Court appointed attorney's fees of $250. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month, is $188 a month. Will you be able to pay the $188 a month? You will. And you will also be required to pay Jefferson County DWI initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you will be required to pay an additional $50. You will also be required to perform 60 hours of community service, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate, attend and complete a DWI education class, have an alcohol assessment, and you will be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of DWI probation. Mr. Gavin, do you understand the state's offering? Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Mr. Gallion, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Ms. Gallion, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It will not result in a conviction on your record, and you may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Now, Mr. Gallion, this will conclude your case. You're going to stand in front of the court coordinator, follow her directions. I'll follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you finish following the directions of the bailiff, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay. Landon Wade Halbrook. Mr. Halbrook, your full name is Landon Wade Halbrook? Yes, sir. Mr. Halbrook, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Halbrook, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Mr. Halbrook, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Halbrook? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Halbrook, you represented your case by your attorney, Attorney Todd LeBlanc. Attorney LeBlanc, do you waive a record in Mr. Halbrook's case?
We do.
Mr. Halbrook, I have before me a document that was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. This document is titled Information Sheet. In this information sheet, it alleges that you, Landon Wade Halbrook, on or about December 5th of 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed to Class B misdemeanor offense of theft. Mr. Halbrook, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Halbrook, how do you plead guilty and not guilty of no contest? Now you're pleading no contest freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight?
Oh, yes, sir.
What was your plea? Okay, the paperwork says guilty.
Sorry.
What are you pleading?
Guilty.
Guilty? Now you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Halbrook, I also have before me a document on my tablet that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments, also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, there's a set of initials LWH on the line next to boxes. Check guilty. You please show your initials on this document. On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature. There's a signature above the line that is titled Defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document is titled Trial Court Certification, the defendant's right of appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box says checked, states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? The second box says checked, states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me on paper or document that is titled Discovery Certification. You recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? Mr. Halbrook, before you signed and initialed these documents, did you read, well, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read everything that your attorney went over? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Mr. Halbrook, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
See offer states one.
No objection. States exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. LeBlanc, you advised in counsel, Mr. Halbrook, is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No.
And Mr. Halbrook, your attorney, Mr. LeBlanc, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Mr. Halbrook, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
In exchange for defendant's plea, the offer in this case is 1 year deferred probation with a $300 fine and 50 hours community service.
What is this court cost?
277.
Okay, Mr. Halbrook, the state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $300 plus court costs of $277. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, a analysis fee of $15 a month, and a reimbursement fee of $15. You'll also be required to reimburse Jefferson County Court appointed attorney's fees of $250. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $158 a month. Will you be able to pay the $158 each month?
Yes, sir.
You'll also be required to perform 50 hours of community service and adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Mr. Halbrook, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Now, Mr. Halbrook, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Halbrook, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It will not result in a conviction on your record, and you may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney, Mr. LeBlanc, about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Now, Mr. Halbrook, please stand next to the bailiff. Follow her direction. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day. Daniel De La Fuente. This is cause number 23CCCR 2575, case in style of state of Texas versus Daniel De La Fuente Jr. Mr. De La Fuente, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. De La Fuente, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. De La Fuente, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. De La Fuente, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. De La Fuente?
And how are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. De La Fuente. You're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Ryan Matuska. Attorney Matuska, how are you doing?
Good, thank you, Your Honor.
That's good. Mr. Matuska, do you waive a record in Mr. De La Fuente's case?
Yes, sir.
Mr. De La Fuente, I have before me a document that is titled Information Sheet. This information sheet was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information sheet, Mr. De La Fuente, it alleges that you, Daniel De La Fuente Jr., on or about September 19th of 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of criminal trespass. Mr. De La Fuente, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes.
And to this charge, Mr. De La Fuente, how do you plead guilty, not guilty, no contest?
Guilty.
Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yeah.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Mr. De La Fuente, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. You recognize this document? On page 2 of the same document, there's a set of initials, DD, on a line next to a box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes.
On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, there's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. You understand that statement?
Yes.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me a document on paper that is titled Discovery Certification. You recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Mr. De La Fuente, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents?
Yes.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Mr. De La Fuente, are you a citizen of the United States?
They offer six.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection. States exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Matuska, you've advised and counseled Mr. De La Fuente. Is there any evidence that he's currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, sir. Your Honor.
And Mr. De La Fuente, your attorney, Mr. Matuska, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation? Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Mr. De La Fuente, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
In exchange for defendant to plea, the state's offering 6 months deferred probation, $250 fine, and 30 hours community service.
Let's see. Ms. Matuska, were you appointed in this case?
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
What is this court cost?
The 77.
Mr. Fuente, The state is offering that you serve 6 months deferred adjudicated probation. During the 6 month probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $250 plus court costs of $277. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, your analysis fee of $15 a month, reimbursement fee of $15. And you'll be required to reimburse Jefferson County Court appointed attorney's fees of $250. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $248 a month. Will you be able to pay the $248 each month? You'll also be required to perform 30 hours of community service and adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Now, Mr. Del Fuente, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Mr. De La Fuente, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. De La Fuente, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It will not result in conviction on the record, and you may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Mr. De La Fuente, please stand in front of the court coordinator. Follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you finish following the directions of the bailiff, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day. Okay. Okay. Joshua Lee White. This is cause number 23CCCR 1242. Case is styled state of Texas versus Joshua Lee White. Mr. White, is that your full name? Okay, Mr. White, how are you doing? That's good, Mr. White. You're representing your case by your attorney, Ryan Matuska. Mr. Matuska, what is your announcement in Mr. White's case?
Your Honor, I'm asking for a reset of 30 days in this case so that Mr. White can come by my office and make an appointment like the digital media discovery.
Okay. State, do you have any objections?
None at all.
Okay, give us 30-day reset. September 30. Okay, this case reset September 30, 2024. Mr. White, you're gonna get your reset from your attorney. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Okay, and Mr. Tuska, this is your last case. You're free to go as well and you have a blessed. Did you get your reset on another case?
Yes, sir.
That appointment? Okay. Which one? On let me do that. Christian Holmes.
Yes.
This is cause number 24CCCR 0952. Case is style state of Texas versus Kristen Holmes. Ms. Holmes, is that your full name? How are you doing, Ms. Holmes? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Ms. Holmes. You're represented in your case by your attorney, David Grove. Mr. Grove, how are you doing?
Doing very well, Judge. Thank you.
That's good. Mr. Grove, what is your announcement in Ms. Holmes' case?
I'd like to have a resetting judge so I can investigate the case and come back to the court and see if we can resolve it.
Case unopposed.
Okay. Give us a reset date. Yes. Okay, this case will be reset to October 7th of 2024. Ms. Holmes, your attorney is going to get your reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you're free to go. And you have a blessed day. And Mr. Grove, I think this is your only case. You're free to go
Yes,
as
sir.
well.
Thank you.
And you have a blessed day. Did Mr. Vasquez never returned?
Cause he had stuff inside his van.
I know. Okay. What was it? Did we reset Felicia and Freddie? Attorney on vacation. Willard Brannon, that's Mr. Macon?
No, that's not true.
Did Mr. Macon?
I haven't seen Mr. Bacon or Mr. Doyle today.
Mr. Brannon? Have you talked to your attorney today?
No, sir.
Yeah, he was.
Talked to him Friday also. They usually call me the day before.
Okay. Could we check on this one? Let's on Brandon to see whether or not that case was reset. Oh, you know what? Mr. Rojas' client, did Dorothy Galloway ever show up? Oh, because he was on Zoom.
I'm uncertain about who was it, Galloway?
That was Dorothy Mae Galloway.
I do
The
have-
person had a felony.
do you have an update on that? I know his case was actually selected to go to trial this afternoon in CDC.
Oh, okay.
So he should be picking a jury at 1:30. I don't know if he's still in the court.
Okay. Just we gotta see what happened with Mr. Macon. Mr. Brandon, just have a seat. We're gonna see if we can contact.
Yes.
Yeah, your attorney may be in another court. And Miss Stagg, your attorney is set to be picking a jury in a felony case. And so you can come on up. You have a felony case as well? Won't you come on up? And you could bring your paperwork with you? Oh, you already have it? Okay, now, Miss Stagg, your case is gonna be reset. Once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. Please get your reset from the court coordinator, all right? Alicia Freddie?
Yeah.
She is.
That door is locked, ma'am. Ma'am, that door is.
Reset. Now, Oh, well. Okay, Jefferson County Court of Law number 2 is back in session. The court is in session. And calls number 24 CCCR 0610. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Erica Elaine Weaver. Erica Elaine Weaver was scheduled to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. At or about 9 a.m., the court's better call the name of Erica Elaine Weaver at the courthouse door. Erica Weaver did not answer. Erica Weaver has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. The court, her attorney, Attorney Galmore, Dustin Galmore did appear. The time now is 1:59 p.m. on today's date of August 26th of 2024. Ms. Bailiff, would you please call the name of Erica Weaver at the courthouse door? Okay, Erica Weaver's name was just called at the courthouse door. Erica Weaver did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Ms. Weaver an opportunity to appear in court. She has not appeared in court. State, do you have a motion?
State moves for forfeiture.
That motion will be granted. Erica Weaver's bond will be forfeited, and a warrant shall be issued for her arrest in cause number 24 CCCR 0610. Next case is cause number 23 CCCR 2340. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Dorothy Mae Galloway. Dorothy Galloway was scheduled to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. At or about 9 a.m., the court's bailiff called the name of Dorothy Galloway at the courthouse door. Dorothy Galloway did not answer. The time now is 1 p.m. on today's date of August 26th of 2024. Ms. Bailiff, would you please call the name of Dorothy Galloway at the courthouse door?
Dorothy Galloway. Dorothy Galloway.
Okay, Dorothy Galloway's name was just called to get at the courthouse door. Dorothy Galloway did not answer. Dorothy Galloway has not appeared in court. A reasonable time has passed to give Ms. Galloway an opportunity to appear in court. State, do you have a motion? That motion will be granted. Dorothy Galloway's bond will be forfeited, and a warrant shall be issued for her arrest in cause number 23 CCCR 2340. And this will conclude the calling of the court's pretrial conference docket, the court's trial docket. Uh-oh, here's somebody just appeared.
It could be the defendant that everyone was waiting to hear.
Who is it?
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Can he see me?
Okay, what's your name?
Dorothy Galloway.
Okay.
I just got off the phone with Mr. Rajas. He told me to join in with you, and he said he said he's not in the area to join in right now to see if I can get a reset because my felony has been reset. But he said if he have to join in, he'll join in.
Okay. Yeah, you got in just in the nick of time.
Oh, thank you,
Because
God.
we had just called your case. Hold on.
Thank God I got in.
Yep. It's always on time.
Excuse me, I'm sick.
Okay, Galloway. Let's see.
My felony is reset to October the 14th.
Okay. Okay. Now, State, did we,
I don't think we called it.
we didn't call it? Okay, I just called it up. Okay. What date is your felony case reset to?
October 14th.
October 14th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna reset this case to October 14th at 9 AM.
Yes, sir.
You need to, when you, on that date, you need to come here first
Yes, sir.
and to check in and then go take care of your felony case. And once you finish in your felony case that same day, you need to come back to this court to inform us about what happened in the felony case.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes,
Now,
sir.
stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. Your case has been reset to October 14th, 2024 at 9 AM.
Yes, sir.
You're free to go, and we pray that you have a full and speedy recovery.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, you have a blessed day.
All right, you too.
Okay, Mr. Brannon, we just been informed by your attorney's office that your attorney is currently in trial in Orange County. And so therefore, your case will be reset. You're gonna get your, bless you, you're gonna get your reset from our court coordinator. Once you get your reset from our court coordinator, you'll be free to go. You have a blessed day, and thanks for being patient with us.
Yes, sir. You also.
All right, you're welcome. And this will conclude the calling of the court's announcement docket, the court's pretrial conference docket, and the court's trial docket, all three dockets on today's date, August 26th of 2024 in County Court at Law Number 2, Jefferson County, Texas. Judge Terrence L. Holmes presiding. Everyone, please have a blessed day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.